Final is basically it. We're both going to go out there and try and beat each other, and just I'm going out there to, try and win the tournament and just do the best I can.
I've got a man in my way who's going to make it as hard as possible. It's the one thing that you can guarantee from our match. It's going to be entertaining. That's just it.
That's always right. Very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the first of our 5 programmes this weekend from the Guildhall here in Preston with the United Kingdom Snooker Championship Final. A longer match. It's the best of 31 frames. We'll be following it step by step right through to the climax here tomorrow night. And with the repeat of the World Championship Final pairing, we've certainly got 2 of the most exciting and the most popular players in snooker. Jimmy White, well, Jimmy has been here, in fact, in the final just once before. That was the runner-up in 1987 when he lost to Steve Davis. A great final, 16-14. And, of course, he's been 3 times runner-up in the Championship of the World, 29 years old from Wimbledon. As to the story of how he got here, there it is. And against Dave Martin in the 5th round, he opened up with a break of 117, his only century so far this championship. Terrific against Darren Morgan, very good against Neil Foulds. It was a tough match. He won at 9-7. And then, of course, the big story, when he knocked out Stephen Hendry, the world's #1 and the man who'd won this title for the last 2 years. What a match, what a story. John Parrott, well, it's John's first United Kingdom final. He's been a semi-finalist twice. He lost to Neil Foulds in 1986. He lost to Steve Davis in 1990. But, of course, the current champion of the world. Let's have a look at his run, and it's been pretty impressive. That was a good match against Willie Thorne, 9-4 in round 6. He struggled against Dean Reynolds. Reynolds came back at him well, but John came through at the end 9 frames to 6. And then a real cracker in the semi-final against James Watanabe, the young man from Thailand, who knocked out Steve Davis and Steve James. John had a big fluke on the pink against James Watanabe, but they all count, and he's into this final. And it really is a matchmaker's dream. Just look at these figures. They've met in ranking tournaments on 4 occasions. They've won 2 each. Outside the ranking tournaments and other matches, they've met 6 times. It's 3 each. Add them all up, and you've got 10 matches between these two, 5 to Jimmy White and 5 to John Parrott. Do you want to go further? We'll do it for you. Count up all the frames. 83 to Jimmy White, 83 to John Parrott. And it's not too surprising that the bookmakers can't split them either. They're making both players 6-5 on for this United Kingdom title. They don't give too much away, do they? Well, you may have seen the earlier frames in Grandstand. The story of the match, remember, it's the first player to 16 now who wins the title. Jimmy White was in sparkling form in the first frame, and he took it in just about 21 minutes, 103.9. He started off the second pretty well, a break of 41, then he missed the pink. So he's let John Parrott in now, so John Parrott yet to score, 41 down, second frame of the final, and here we go with Jack Carnham and Eddie Chart.
One.
I think his problem, he knows that when he pots the pink, it's going to spot. If it'll go back to its own spot, it's going to jam up 1 or 2 of those reds that are in the centre of the table.
Seven.
You can work around those. Gaining position from this red's all important.
8. John Parrott.
Well, that's the fruits of being kept off the table by Jimmy in the early stages. It takes time to begin to flow.
red to the right of the pink is on to the left middle, but John's not going to take it.
Foul. 4.
Well, the in
John
off is
Parrott.
bad enough, but the red catching the green could be worse. It's held the red into a potable position for John. And this is another very good opportunity to get right back into the frame.
1. Eight. Nine.
Worked out okay. Took a bit of a risk taking the cue ball into the red and the pink to spread them apart. Still a problem to get to the next red. The green to the middle looks too straight a contact to position onto the reds, but he prefers the green to the pink. Yes, that's a good shot. The red
12.
closest to the corner pocket is on.
Thirteen. Twenty. $21. $26. $27.
This colour will take him in front. Oh dear, and just look, he's got nicely on the red.
27. John Parrott.
And Jimmy White, being a left-hander, shouldn't have any problem with this.
One.
Yes, nice position to get to the yellow. All the colours are on, so Jimmy's
6.
again is in a very strong frame-winning position.
Well, a self-inflicted wound there by John, and that will really
8.
hurt.
$11. 15.
So John in deep trouble in the second frame.
$20.
And he really must try and put this frame behind him.
26.
So Jimmy White pots the pink and makes the frame score 2-0 in his favour.
The third frame, John Parrott to break.
And that little kiss on the yellow made a tremendous difference there. It's really tucked John up. And at the moment, he's struggling. Oh dear. What a little kiss can do. Never mind, John.
One. Six.
Excellent power shot from Jimmy. He had to hammer that blue to get the cue ball around the table. He's in position. Pink and black are
7.
difficult coloured balls to use at this stage in his break building attempt. May
Quiet,
try
please.
for
Thank you.
a cannon onto the pink from this shot to at least disturb it from the reds.
Nine.
That's a good kiss on the blue. Has choice of two
Quiet,
reds.
please. Ten.
Unlucky this time, nudging the red out, and it's covered the blue.
Bingo.
He has to play a safety.
10. Jimmy White. One.
A good shot from John. He would be leaving the reds had he missed it.
Six.
Well, he's certainly got to concentrate on the blue here.
7.
And no bother, really. He's got the brown and the green available.
Ten. 11.
Several reds that John can position onto. Has no access to pink or black as yet, so he's picked the red to the left corner. He can get back for the
16.
blue again.
$17.
Cannon onto that pink would be handy. Trying for the black. Well, he certainly moved the reds,
22.
but he's got to make a good pot now to keep the break going.
Yes, he's a bit unlucky there, Eddie. I think there's a very difficult red into the centre pocket, but can't afford to make any mistakes. He badly needs a frame. At least he's got himself a dozen points in front. He's taken it on. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
23.
Now a good black and every chance here.
$30. $31. $38. $39. $46.
Well, if he can knock this red in and get on the black nicely, there's every chance of opening his score.
$47.
Now he has an angle on
54.
this pot to dislodge the two reds from the pink. And he put them
55.
nicely on, but the cue balls run out of position. Good pot call for now.
Well, John's got himself out of trouble, but my word, he was a little
60.
fortunate there. Only in as much
61.
that he rather snatched at the previous shot. So 58 points ahead
58.
and fairly safe.
Yes, and I think
69.
a major point, Jack, is the way that he's had to work for this break. It's one of the best breaks that I've witnessed in this tournament. He certainly had to play some very good shots to build the break to the point
74.
that it's at now, let alone going any further.
Now, will Jimmy
74.
remain seated? And he does. So he opens his account. The frame score 2-1 in favour of Jimmy White.
Yeah, I agree with Eddie. A lovely break, looking like a world champion there from being 2-0 down. But 8 minutes later, Jimmy White had increased his lead to 3-1 with breaks of 46 and 30. And he's back at the table here again now. He's already got 17 on the board, as you can see. And there's a red which looks a million miles away from the cue board, doesn't it? A bit too far even for Jimmy White. So John Parrott's in there. The reds are spread. And you'll hear commentary from John Spencer and Ted Lowe.
One.
These are the positions that John has to punish Jimmy heavily for. Otherwise, Jimmy's confidence is going to mount.
Six. Seven. Twelve. Thirteen. Three more. Sixteen. Seventeen.
That levels the points.
24.
Yes, and now he's got in prime position on the black. So an excellent chance now of
25.
possibly clinching this frame at this visit. Certainly a lot of reds to go at.
$32. 33. 40. 41. 42. 48. $49.
John had a break of 74 in the third frame,
54.
the one frame he's won in this final so far. Just passes the half century again.
$55.
So 43
60.
in front. So just this red to leave Jimmy needing snookers. But I think there's quite a few more points to come here.
$61. $66. $67.
Jimmy seeing a frame slip by him.
72. $73.
The world champion has played this break beautifully.
Yes, it was very important for John to get a sizable
78.
break here. Certainly make Jimmy think a little. He's taking the long
80.
pots on. Ooh.
83.
Well, the break seems to finish at 83, but it's sufficient to put
83.
just one frame between them. Jimmy White now leading only 3 frames to 2.
The 6th frame, Jimmy White to break. One.
Studying concentration on the face of the world champion there as he walks around the table.
Six.
And the black is available into the right-hand corner pocket here, but his positional play has to be deadly accurate and may elect to go down for the blue.
Seven.
He read your mind that time, John.
12. $13.
And this time you're going to have to disturb something. And that's not what he was playing. He was trying to push that end red over this left-hand corner pocket.
18.
Although he has a red unavailable in the other corner pocket, I think we'll see a safety shot now.
18. John Parrott.
Yes, and that's an excellent shot from Jimmy. Even John Parrott was tapping the table there.
Now, this time you can't get around those angles from the left-hand side of the pack as you look at your screens.
Yes, and although that's caught the jaws of the middle pocket, it was an excellently played shot from Jimmy. Had to be very fine. Certainly nothing left for John. And that was a little wild there from John, but been very fortunate indeed. Not only has he got it safe, but he's got Jimmy in a bit of trouble.
It appears Jimmy's got that one covered, but there's another one the other side of the table.
Yes, he certainly deserved to have a little bit of running, but I don't know. I fancy John to knock, although he can't reach it without the rest, so these are the shots that John very rarely misses, the straightest pots.
Now, surely this is a chance for Jimmy White.
Yes, Jimmy having to use the rest, but of course, probably one of the best players in the game with the rest.
Not that time, John.
One. Six. Seven. Thirteen. 14.
And again, picking these out rather nicely.
Yes, and now he's got the pink on its own spot available into this corner pocket. You have to
20.
say this is another excellent chance for John.
21.
Well, there's a miss. Unexpected.
21. John Parrott.
What went wrong?
Yes, that was a bad miss there by John, and could pay dearly for that. But not only is the pink available now, but I think the black is available into the corner pocket.
One. Eight. Nine. Fifteen. 16? Yes.
Yes, and Jimmy, when potting the black here, will be trying to just flick the red to the right of the black. It will leave one of the other two reds into the left-hand corner.
Now, it looks as though the black will have to go down on the green spot. Cue ball's occupied that black spot there.
23.
Our overhead camera showing you the exact position. You can just see the spot. There it is, just sticking out from the cue ball.
24. 29. 30. $36. $37.
Jimmy right back in the hunt now. 2 points behind at this moment.
Yes, you've certainly got to count this as a chance. But the last two reds are going to be the most two difficult ones, both near the
43.
cushion.
$44.
Not got on the pink as he desired into the centre, but if he can cut this in, he may just about have the angle to move the red off the side cushion.
$50. $50.
Yes, a nice breaker. Nice break there of 50 to put him 11 points ahead. This red, of course, could settle this frame. I think Jimmy can just about see enough to pot it if he so wishes. But it wasn't his wish.
Yes, and given John an excellent chance here.
$1.
Well, he's knocked the brown rather awkward, I'm afraid. Now the yellow is respotted. Becomes the first of the 6 colours.
3.
Yes, and the difficulty
5.
John's going to face isn't just potting the brown, but getting position from brown to blue. So you want to leave a good angle on the brown here.
8.
And this is the big shot.
He's 3 points behind.
8. John Parrott.
He's still 3 points behind. Where's this going to finish?
Well, Well, certainly not where John intended, because John was trying to pot the brown, and had he done so, he'd have been snookered on the blue. But this could be a free ball.
John Parrott. Free ball.
Yes, it is. So John Parrott can take any colour he wishes. It'll count as the brown.
Yes, he can take the pink into the centre, but it's certainly no gimme. This is a pressure shot.
Free ball.
No hesitation about that one.
4. Eight. $13.
So, 14 points ahead. Only 13 points there. But will there be after this?
13. John Parrott.
Jimmy then wanting one snooker now. No, he knows that's up there. Oh, I say, he breathes again. Taking no chances that time. Now, I think John Parrott will have a go at this. This to make the final all square. John Parrott levels things up then at 3 frames. At 3 frames each.
The final frame of this session, John Parrott to break.
And this final over 31 frames is played out over 4 sessions. This, the last frame in the first session, and they match all square 3 frames each. Take now.
1. White, yes.
As John wasn't very happy about the contact there on the blue. I think
6.
he's asked John Street, our referee, to clean it. Yes, the cue ball being cleaned.
Seven.
And this time 2 straight on the blue. So may just have to screw back for the red near his right hand cushion.
$12. Foul. 12, John Parrott. 4, Jimmy White.
Yes, he got the wrong one in there.
And that's not the best safety shot in the world from Jimmy. Hit it much too thick. So giving John a chance of the cut on the red into the corner.
One. Green roll. 1, John Parrott.
Oh, he's grazed off the back. Jimmy making 1 or 2 mistakes now. Been playing so brilliantly, particularly at the start of this final.
One.
Yes, and the fact that John started to score more heavily with his chances, I think, causes Jimmy a bit more pressure.
6. 7. 12. White, yeah, sure.
Now, John's pointing out something on the cue ball. And it appears there's something on the cloth as well.
$13. $18. 19.
Making no mistake with his parts, they're going in. Bang, crash, wallop.
Yes, and still has the red at the back of the pack available. And if he can get an angle on
24.
this, he will be disturbing the rest of the pack. Well, intended to
25.
disturb the pack, but actually jumped over them. So I think that is end of break.
Revolt.
Oh, this looks a good one.
5.
It's not hard enough.
Foul 4 and a miss. John Parrott.
And the referee quite rightly calling a miss there, because Jimmy was nowhere near hard enough to reach the reds. So it's replaced, and should have more idea of the angle this time.
He's missed them altogether.
Foul 4. John Parrott.
$42 points the difference. The world champion. Yes, things are slightly going wrong for Jimmy. Kicking that blue has given John Parrott another opportunity.
Yes, and although Jimmy's been going through a bad patch, that's the sort of pot that could bring him right back.
Revolt. 6. Seven.
And now the big shot. This is a very important shot for Jimmy here. Choice of pink into the green pocket or the centre pocket. But we'll certainly be leaving John should he miss it.
Now to pull those points back.
$20. 21.
And this time Jimmy holding the pink spot for position. Well, he certainly intended to.
27.
And that's a mistake by Jimmy.
28. $35.
7 points behind. Tried to shift that difficult last red.
36.
You've seen some great snooker in this first session. This final has the makings of a terrific battle.
Bingo. $36.
Again, trying to go around the angles and shifting the last red. So 6 points only separating them.
One.
Good double there from John Parrott. And is nicely on the black, but again, this is a pressure shot. The white a lot nearer this right cushion than he intended.
Black ball. One.
He's
John
lucky. No, the cue ball's come out, so now it's all down to Jimmy White now. Oh, what's he done with the cue ball?
Foul. 4. John Parrott.
That big disappointment for Jimmy there. Glancing at the scoreboard.
Yes, and now an excellent chance for John. Just requires the yellow, green and brown. So one good positional shot here off the yellow and could be curtains for Jimmy.
It's an acute angle into that centre pocket, and he's got to force it a bit to get the cue ball back. But that's safe enough. He's got the cue ball too far.
2. Two. John Parrott.
Oh, he's played that perfectly.
Yes, and John going to need a little bit of luck here. Not too difficult to hit the green. One could certainly leave it. Well, he's left the green, but it's not too bad. Going to be very difficult for Jimmy to get on the brown. He's going to have to come all the way around the table.
Could this be a chance?
Well, certainly the 13-point lead doesn't count for much now. If Jimmy knocks this green into the green pocket, which I fancy him to do, he shouldn't have much problem taking the other 4 colours.
He needs the lot.
7. Well,
Jimmy White started this final by taking the first 2 frames. Oh, I say.
12.
Unbelievable.
Yes, Ted, and you can only put that down to pressure. So 1 point the difference.
Oh, a fantastic pot there.
6.
Still needs the black. The world champion lost the first 2 frames in this final, but he finishes up our first session 1 frame ahead at 4 frames to 3.
The first of 4 sessions in the final. Remember, the first is 16, 7 more tonight. It's John Parrott's first United Kingdom final, Jimmy White's second, and Jimmy has come pretty close before. It's always been one man who's always knocked Jimmy White out when he's done his best. There it is, the man Steve Davis. Look at that, Jimmy's first year, 81, semi-final, and on it goes. It was always Steve Davis, even in that great final of 1987 when Steve won 16-14. But of course, Steve Davis not involved, having been knocked out by James Watanabe, the first time that Steve Davis has not reached the quarterfinals of this championship, having won it on 6 occasions. Just before we finish this programme, I must tell you that the WPBSA of today issued a statement which says that the board met this morning and received written complaints against Alex Higgins and Ian Doyle, Stephen Hendry's manager. You may remember that Higgins played Hendry here just about a fortnight ago. Lots of things happened during the match. So Higgins will now go to a disciplinary hearing in London, yes, another one, on Sunday, December the 15th. They'll consider Higgins's complaints against Ian Doyle later. All that's really immaterial compared to what's happening here. Great final and prospect. The champion of the world against Jimmy White. It continues here tonight at 10:20 on BBC One.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome into the final the one and only whirlwind himself, Jimmy White.
Yeah, no seats left tonight. Good evening. The Guildhall here in Preston, packed out for the second of our 4 sessions in this year's United Kingdom Championship Snooker Final. All to play for. The only thing we know at the moment is we're bound to get a new champion. John Parrott has been twice a semi-finalist in the past. Jimmy White has been a finalist. That was back in 1987 when he was beaten by Steve Davis. And this afternoon's opening session between these 2 players who fought at the World Final produced an afternoon of snooker full of contrast. Jimmy White had the start. He won 2 in a row. Then back came Parrott, and it was 3-1 at the tea break. And after the tea break, 3 in a row for John Parrott to have a 1-frame lead. So, John Parrott leading 4-3 as they came out here to play tonight. Remember, there are 4 sessions in all. The final goes on to tomorrow. It's the best of 31 frames. You need 16 in all to win this highly valued title. Well, in frame 8 tonight, Jimmy White potted just 1 ball. Parrott won the frame, 61-1, so he led 5 frames to 3. So here we go, frame 9, Parrott to break. You'll hear commentary from Clive Everton and Ray Evans.
perfect break-off shot, one might argue. But in fact, Parrott was playing only to leave the cue ball on the baulk cushion.
Foul 4, John Parrott.
Well, certainly it's not easy, but there is a red to the left middle. Could pay dividends if he can knock it in, but of course if he missed it, he would probably leave Jimmy a chance. And John Parrott, having kept Jimmy out of the first frame, obviously isn't going to take any undue risk. This red obviously onto the right corner, but I don't think John can hold the cue ball on the black, so having to use perhaps a little more power than he would have liked.
One.
But he's in prime position now.
Seven. Twelve. 13. $18.
I'd be disappointed not to have developed reds from that, but he does have a red to the middle.
$19. Yes. 24.
Parrott calling on referee John Street to clean the cue ball. John Street, who appears at the moment by courtesy of his osteopath. Back's been playing him up.
25. $32. 33. 40. 41.
'Certainly Clive John Parrott playing quite
48.
as well as I've seen him play, I think up to his World Championship standard. And
49.
I think he looks now the complete all-round player.
Yes, very fluent. No obvious weakness in his game. And definitely a better temperament than he had a year or so ago, which is simply a matter of experience, I think.
$56. 57. 64.
Jimmy White potted only one ball in the first frame this evening. None so far in this.
65.
The longer John Parrott keeps him cold in his chair, the harder White will find it to get started.
$72.
Wait for it. White was already at the snooker's required stage before that fluke.
$80. 81. 88. 89.
'Well, the fluke apart, it's been an absolutely immaculate break.
96. 97.
And Jimmy White's going to have to turn on something special to put a stop to this man's progress.
$105.
The break prize is out of reach in this frame. Martin Clark's 142 is safe for the time being.
110. 112.
Total clearance would give Parrott 137.
115. 119. 124. 125.
Superb. And with that 137 total clearance, John Parrott wins his 5th frame in a row and now leads by 6 frames to 3.
The first century of the final and Parrott's first century of this televised United Kingdom Championship. Inspired by that, he took the next as well. So here's frame 11 and John Parrott, 7-3.
White's bold attempt at the long red fails. He knew that he would be leaving another red if he missed.
One. The other ball. 1, John Parrott.
Well, that was a decent safety. Plenty could go wrong with Parrott's reply.
And again, John Parrott, a little bit lucky there. Hasn't played many bad shots tonight, and that wasn't a very good one. Managed to virtually get away with it. Well, this time there might be a half chance to the left middle pocket. You would expect Jimmy to knock this one in if he wasn't under such pressure, but this makes the pot a little harder.
One.
No, that's a good shot. Run a little too far, so the green would have been nicer if it had been straighter, but if he can get this one right, then it's Jimmy White's best chance this evening.
Four.
Well, he only scored 15 in the first 3 frames.
Four, Jimmy White.
He could be sitting down again for a while now.
One. 9. $16. 17. 24. 25. 31. 32.
And this is becoming more and more reminiscent of the 7-0 opening session, the World Championship final last spring, which devastated Jimmy White's hopes.
$38. 39.
'Not so easy to get good position this time. And trying to control the cue ball makes perhaps his first unforced error of the evening. But again, he's not left Jimmy anything real easy to start with.
And if Parrott could win this frame, it would be a 7-frame winning streak. Last 3 of the afternoon, the first 4 of the evening. White safety, not A1. Catching a second red.
Thank you.
Well, 2 errors in 1 frame. Got away with the last one, but this time certainly Jimmy White has got a fairly easy red to start with, but the colours aren't very kindly placed.
1. Brown ball. Five. Six.
Now, can he pot the black? That would help his cause tremendously, but I don't think it's on.
Brown doesn't appear to be on either. It couldn't have been on its spot when he potted it before.
6. Jimmy White.
So Parrott still leads by 30. And with the balls placed as they are, that's a pretty good lead. Parrott not keen to develop the safest red on the right-hand side cushion.
Well, is he trying to tempt Jimmy to have a go at the red to the left of the black?
One.
If he was, it doesn't seem such a good idea now.
I think Jimmy can get through to the black. Whether he can drop on nicely onto a red.
Eight. Nine. 13.
Well, Jimmy wanting to just catch the brown there.
Green ball.
Having to fight for
17.
every point. Nothing easy.
17, Jimmy White.
Reducing the gap to 13.
One. Yellow ball. One.
Clever shot if it had been played perfectly, but as it is, Jimmy can get between the yellow and blue, although can't do a deal with the red.
Well, it didn't look as if he could, but that's a great shot.
Foul. 4, Jimmy White.
Unlucky to leave a free ball.
Black off.
So that black is an extra red.
1.
Having been down by 40 points to 4, Jimmy White's done very well to get back into contention in this 11th frame. Only 2 behind now.
Now Jimmy has the perfect angle to try and nudge the yellow out, but it's a very small target to hit, so this is wanting quite a shot.
$16. Jimmy White.
To lead by 6 points.
Clever shot from John Parrott, just nudging the blue into play. He's going to need that if he's going to win the frame.
2.
Very good pot. Providing he gets fairly straight on the brown. He's got nothing to do to get on the blue. But he would also need the pink.
Just got to get the cue ball out from the cushion a few inches here to get an angle on the blue to get close to the pink.
Nine. Quiet, please. Thank you. John Parrott.
Another great shot by Jimmy. We saw John earlier in this competition play a double from this position to win a frame, but I don't think he'll do that against Jimmy White.
Perfect. And it had to be, because White was intending to send the pink nearer the side cushion. Good shot. Good luck. Getting the pink safe. This time White hasn't got the cue ball behind the black.
Well, this is the chance for Jimmy White. Desperately needs to win this frame to stay in touch. And there's the White finishing. If it goes tight on the cushion, that's cruel.
6.
And that really is unlucky. I think he might try and drop it in the middle pocket, but awfully awkward.
Six. Jimmy White.
Good attempt, and he made sure that he wasn't too slow. But I wonder whether Parrott may attempt to pop this by taking the cue ball off the baulk cushion.
Well, the safety shot's not a very attractive option, Clive, so I think he'll take your advice.
Wanted to catch it half ball, but caught it full. Good shot. So Jimmy White breaks his 6-frame losing streak, but still trails by 7 frames to 4.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The 12th frame. Jimmy White's break.
World champion John Parrott, in devastating form. Jimmy White salvaged the last frame. Now, can he turn the tables? There's only 3 frames in it.
Now, I think Jimmy can get through to the red, to the right middle pocket. But do well to control the cue ball. But that's the kind of middle nudge that Jimmy wasn't getting in the first session.
Eight. Nine.
Well, he's got one into
16.
the top left, if nothing else.
Seventeen. Could we keep still, please? Thank you. Twenty-three.
Jimmy left the cue ball in just a little bit of an awkward position here, so it makes the shot a little more difficult.
$24. 31.
Probably use the pack again to hold the cue ball here. There is a red in the baulk area, but Jimmy will want to stay at this end.
$39.
Well, if he can't get through to that red, he's dreadfully unlucky.
And it appears, Ray, that he can't, the way he's walking down the table.
Yellow ball. 40. Jimmy White.
This is going to put Jimmy back in again.
What? One. Eight. Nine.
My word, there's not too much room for error there.
$15. Jimmy White.
Perfectly weighted safety shot from Jimmy.
Foul 4 and a miss. Jimmy White.
Yes, Jimmy's had a look at the position left and doesn't fancy it, so as referee John Street gave a miss, the ball can be replaced. John to have another go at getting out of the snooker.
One.
An amazing putt that.
One. John Parrott.
Concentrating there, Ray, on splitting up the pack.
Yes, he was just trying to nudge the two apart at the back of the cluster there, Ted, and took his eye off the pot, missed both parts of the shot, so I suppose we couldn't really expect him to continue playing with the perfection he was playing in the early part of this evening. Jimmy White starting to show signs of his best form, Ted. This could develop into a very good last session this evening.
Yes, it's quite amazing how the run of the ball seems to even out over a two-day match. We must remember this is the best of 31 frames.
8.
Well, there you see it. Jimmy has this frame safe now. And everything just falling into place now.
$23. 24. 31. 32.
But of course, both these players with enough experience, Ted, to know that
39.
when either of them are playing well, they just have to sit back and suffer and wait for the turn.
40.
Equally, Ray, I suppose, they realise that
46.
They've had the run of the balls and it's got to go to their opponent sometime.
48. $51.
With the greatest of ease, Jimmy here makes his highest break in the final so far. Trying to swing that cue ball around the angles, down towards the blue. It wasn't a B, but the frame is good enough as he pulls a second one back and now trails by 2 frames at 7 frames to 5.
Well, the next was almost a carbon copy. Jimmy White stepping in and knocking another break, this time of 53. Only one behind at 6-7. Referee, John Street, all yours.
Final frame of this session. Jimmy White to break. 1. Eight.
No.
8. John Parrott. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please. Thank you.
And John looks very fed up about that.
One.
And that's gone a bit awkward for Jimmy.
6. Touchy ball.
Lucky, Ray, to have a touching ball there.
Well, yes, Ted, but John Parrott won't mind him having that bit of luck, I don't think, because after that last disastrous miss, he thought that Jimmy was well set for a few points. So
6.
both players, I think, conscious of this, of the importance of this last frame, Ted, from a psychological point of view more than anything, because there's still a long way to go, but 8-6 overnight would make John Parrott feel that he'd still had a really good night here. Well, now, will Jimmy have a go at a red to this corner? It's a pretty big pocket, made a little easier by the fact of that red that's close to the pocket. But if he misses it, Jimmy knows full well that it would be quite costly.
As it is, I think it's going to be costly to John Parrott, Ray.
Seven. $21. $22.
And 20 points in front.
He's a bit short of pace on that one, though, Ted. This is going to be a good shot, taking the cue ball round the table. And Jimmy unlucky to make contact with the brown.
28.
But this is typical Jimmy White. He's never stopped playing positive snooker, even when things were going badly earlier on this evening. He knows that eventually they've got to go in.
28, Jimmy White.
And it's why this capacity audience love him, Ted.
Yes, a very attractive player, and of course, as you say, courageous.
One. Yellow ball. 1, John Parrott.
Just a little graze, but that's all he really wanted. Oh, I say. That seemed to be in the pocket and out again. John looking closely at it.
It's certainly not as easy as it looks, Ted, from up here. It's tight on the knuckle there, and if John doesn't get the finest of contact, he's liable to leave it. Don't play it slow.
1.
Looking at this thoroughly, he needs a good positional shot. They're all just a little bit awkward.
Yes, I think blue is the ball, Ted.
Yellow ball.
Perhaps that's why he's world champion, Ted.
The old saying, Ray, little fish are sweet.
Four. $11.
No.
11, John Parrott.
That hit the cushion at least 6 inches away from the pocket.
Again, Ted, it was a kick. Certainly wasn't really John's fault.
8. Nine.
Jimmy's not played that one too well.
Nine, Jimmy White.
The butterflies are back in the Guildhall.
And unless someone knocks the black in fairly rapidly, we could have a little bout of safety play here.
Two long shots there from the world champion with perfect strength. John will want the finest of contact on the red here so he can take the cue ball as far away as possible without disturbing the reds too much. Safety play, of course, made easier by the fact that the black's blocking the pocket. Oh, he's missed them altogether.
Foul, 4, and a miss. John Parrott.
Jimmy just waiting for John to say, well, play again. And this black, in fact, is delaying our first day's result. $19 points in it. Possible 59 points on the table. Now, here's a loose one.
Not easy. Cue ball was tight on that side cushion.
Now, another mistake. We've seen some delightful safety play there. That Oden playing looked like it disappeared long ago.
One.
Great pot, but can't get through to the black. Wants a very good shot if he takes the yellow on.
Green ball. One. John Parrott.
We're back to the safety, but now with only 3 reds.
Foul 4. And a miss. Jimmy White.
John swerved it too much last time. Is he going to? Now for the fun and games.
Well, that's got John out of the problem of knocking the black in, but he's allowed Jimmy to take the cue ball a long way away again. This makes John's next shot that much more difficult.
This could last, of course, until the final's over.
But of course, when you get a bout of play like this, the audience are always extremely rapt and interested in it, because it is fascinating, the battle to force the error.
But Jimmy, as ever, raring to have a go.
One.
I'm not too sure that he can get at that black. Well, there it is. Now, if he comes off the cushion and touches it, will it drop?
Black
He
ball.
thinks so.
8.
Only 14 points in the frame now. Normal snooker has resumed.
Oh. 8. John Parrott.
But this is a chance for Jimmy White. Needs this frame to level the match.
One. Three. Four.
Well, he needs the yellow. Then another yellow. And the green, and that looks a formality.
6. 8.
22 points ahead now. The green to make it 25. Only 22
11.
points left now. And he's undershot that one. John Parrott waits in the darkness there. That's a great shot. I think John Parrott is trying to disappear.
15. Jimmy White.
$29 points the difference. 18 points on the table. He just caught the blue there. It's a tall order for John. He wants 3 snookers. Takes the blue, of course. He'll only want 2 snookers on the pink. That must settle it. Jimmy White has fought back after going through the doldrums earlier on this first day's play. And the match perfectly poised, all square at 7 frames each.
Great night. It's really set us up for tomorrow. They couldn't be closer. Have a look at this. They've played in ranking tournaments 4 times, and they are 2-all. In other matches, they've played 6 times. They're 3-all. So in 10 meetings, they're 5-all. Add up the frames, including the ones played today, you still can't split them. 90 frames apiece. What a confrontation here. So who's going to win tomorrow? I'll tell you what, for once I'll make a forecast. Here we go. Look at that. My goodness, that's a bit interesting, isn't it? I'll see you tomorrow. BBC One at 3 o'clock. Good night. Looked as if he might romp away with it when he took a 3-1 lead. He really was looking very confident at the table. But then John Parrott took 6 in a row, and it looked as if the world champion might have the match in his grasp in the early stages with that 4-frame lead. But back came White to launch another attack, taking the final 4 frames here last night to make it all square, 7-all. And just before we start this afternoon's play, let's have a look at these 2 players and how they stand in this game of snooker. John Parrott has 4 world-ranking titles standing out on his record, plus the Belgian Masters, all in the last 2 years. The Liverpudlian's game, it's really matured. If he wins today, he joins Steve Davis and Stephen Hendry as the only players to hold the World and United Kingdom titles at the same time, and they are, of course, the game's 2 top titles. Jimmy White hasn't won either of them so far, despite a pretty impressive list of tournament wins on his record. 5 of them are world-ranking events. But this United Kingdom title, well, it'll be by far his most valued success, if he gets it. He had a terrific run in December and January last season. Those last 3 titles there were all won in the space of 6 weeks, and it increased Jimmy's bank balance by over £300,000. So, 7 all then at the start of this afternoon. You need 16 to win the title. Play here this afternoon, this evening, and a packed house. There's over 1,000 in here in the Guildhall. Here come the performers.
And now to the players, and first a young Liverpudlian who is playing brilliantly, enjoying a reign as champion. He's the only player on the circuit to qualify for the final stages of every ranking event this season. Competing in his first United Kingdom final, will you welcome please onto centre stage the reigning world champion, John Parrott. Ladies and gentlemen, his opponent, a young man from London, 3 times a world finalist, who last year had the best season of his star-studded career when he won 3 major titles in a row. I'm delighted to welcome into the United Kingdom final the one and only whirlwind himself, Jimmy White.
MC Alan Hughes, crowd waiting. John Street, referee on the final. Jimmy White just getting himself sorted out in his corner. John walking over for a word. Oh, hello. They are quite friendly, you know. Come on, Jimmy.
The 15th frame. John Parrott to break.
Oh. John Parrott distracted by something there. They're full of nerves, I can tell you. I'm sure they'll settle down. So sit back and enjoy your snooker here. Start of this afternoon's play, and you'll hear commentary from John Spencer and Jack Carnham.
I'm sure Jimmy was aware there that there was a risk of that going close to the pocket, but he's rescued by the yellow. That little pressure on John there. Missed the red he aimed for. So the first opportunity goes to Jimmy White.
1.
Ball.
And that's certainly not the best shot in the world from Jim.
5.
Don't think he can get the red into the centre. And it doesn't look as though he can hit the one over the corner pocket. So he got himself in a bit of trouble.
Yes, I think he's weighing up the pros and cons there, John. It's a possible swerve on this one in the corner pocket. In these very early days, they're not quite so readily playable.
Well, I don't even think he's contemplating the swerve. I think he's thinking possibly of coming off the side cushion to rest against the red, but the danger there, of course, is the in-off.
Oh, and that's a brilliant shot.
6. Green ball. Nine.
That flick on the pink there may have opened up the path for the pink into this left-hand corner pocket.
And could you possibly get hold of somebody? No, not the lights. That's in the top.
Well, obviously a little distraction there, and Jimmy very wisely waiting till it's rectified.
10. $16. 17.
Jimmy was very eager there to get nicely on the pink. But, just gone a little too far, so got a bit more work to do here.
Yes, and again, Jimmy didn't quite get hold of that. May still be able to get to the red just at the back of the pack there.
22.
Well, he's potted it, but he was rather fortunate there to pot it because he hit the wrong red.
Yes, John, he actually turned and said sorry to
23.
John Parrott. And what a smashing attitude.
1.
I think Jimmy's debating whether to go into the pack of reds off the brown or play for one of these near the ball, the black cushion. We'd be quite happy with that.
5. Six.
Now has the perfect angle on the blue to do as he wishes. Can go into the pack of reds, or could just stump past them for one of these near the back cushion. I think he'll probably go into the pack.
$11. $12.
Well, this time he's got an angle on the pink that gives him complete control of the cue ball, so we might see perhaps a better result this time. This is still awkward cueing.
Yes, but that's the red
19.
Jimmy's been trying to get rid of. Because now the black is open into that corner pocket. But with a 42-point lead and position of the balls here, one good positional shot from Jimmy. That's
21.
not the best positional shot. Whether he can cut this into the corner or not, I don't know. But it's a very fine shot.
$22. $22. Jimmy White.
Well, this is one that I'm sure Jimmy wants to take on, but he's got to be careful. There's still enough points on the table for John Parrott. And, well, he's got a nice start here.
One. Eight. Nine.
16. 17. 24. 25.
Yes, and John just nudged the red to the right of the pink spot there, and may possibly leave an angle now when potting this red to bring the green and yellow into play.
30. 31.
And of course that sort of shot, John, I suppose really it's always a risk. You just have to have a little bit of run to get them breaking nicely, and that could well be the end of John's effort here. He's got to be extremely careful.
And 31. John Parrott.
Well, not as intended, but satisfactory.
Two.
And this now is the critical shot in this frame. Green's easy to pot, but the position on the yellow, on the brown's not going to be too easy.
Five.
John was unhappy there about bridging over the black. And this isn't too satisfactory either.
Five. John Parrott.
So just 9 points the difference. And I would suggest it's all about who pots the brown. would you believe that?
Wow.
Wow, goodness me.
4, Jimmy White.
Well, a total misjudgment there, but at least the brown is reasonably safe.
Yes, and it doesn't make much difference to the outcome of the game. Jimmy still requires 2 balls.
Foul. 7.
A free ball.
Jimmy White.
That could
Free
make a
ball.
big difference to the game. Now
And
20 in front, so just needs to put any colour on the table. To put him 24 in front with 22 left.
Green ball.
I can't believe the choice of shot Jimmy's played there. Position on the brown, he didn't require it. Just required to knock the pink in. So bad selection there from Jimmy.
4. Nine.
that looks just about right. Well, maybe a little far, but it's quite potable. I don't think he has the angle. He may have the angle to screw back and disturb the black and make it a little more potable. So it's tricky. I think he's just played for a dead straight pot, but he hasn't got it.
John Parrott.
Well, John not very happy with that one. Well, that must be a great relief for Jimmy White. He had the frame won a long time ago, so he takes the first frame and leads 8-7.
16th frame, Jimmy White. One.
And a good pot there from Jimmy, but just overhit it. So now can just get through to the brown.
One. Jimmy White. One. One. John Parrott.
Well, that looked like a bit of a desperation shot there from Jimmy. Obviously no easy safety shot, so decided to attack. But this isn't too easy for John. Much like an easier red than this to start with.
One. Six. Seven.
And it looks as though the black will be tied up with those three reds when John pots it.
$14. $15. $20.
pace of the table just caught John a little there. He didn't want to have to go to the right of that red.
21.
So satisfied. The small colours. All three balls available, but of course he's looking for the one that affords the best possibility of position.
$24. 25.
No, there doesn't appear to be any simple red to play on to. John electing to try and
30.
split the pack, but I don't think he's been too fortunate there. Unless the top red of those two near the black will go. Appears it will.
31. $37. $38.
Again, he's got to think a little here. He was just a shade the wrong side of the pink. He would have welcomed being a little further down the table, just to nudge those reds.
$44. 45.
This time completely overhit that one. However, he has brought another red into play, which is the bottom red of those two behind the pink.
Blue ball. $45. John Parrott.
Well, that was a break well made and really hard work. Well, that didn't look on to me, but who's to argue with Jimmy? It's the man behind the cue.
Yes, he's left John a chance of a red into his right-hand corner pocket, but I can't believe he'll take it on. It's a very risky shot. Now one good positional shot from the yellow, and Johnson should have this game sewn up. Already 46 points in front.
Yellow ball. Three. Four.
So frame safe.
10. $11.
And it's easy to understand why John is the most consistent
18.
player on the circuit. He's
19.
got into this last effort with a terrific long pot, and that certainly is his strength.
$24. $25. $32. $34.
So Jimmy just waiting patiently, recouping, getting his energies back.
37.
John just getting that nice feeling that he's beginning to flow.
41.
So at 8 frames all, this battle continues, and
46.
I wonder how long it's going to be with just the one frame separating them. Not important.
46.
So the frame score 8 all.
And if you joined us late, shame on you. This is the United Kingdom final between Jimmy White, the World Championship runner-up, and John Parrott, the man who beat him in that World final 6 months ago. Now they're both trying to win this United Kingdom title. This is frame 17 in progress. There's the situation on the table. That's why John Parrott is giving it quite a little look. No obvious shot on there. And he's leading by 29 points to 14. 8 all in frames. What does he do?
Well, it's a long pot. There he's looking, is it possible to pot it and get through there? He needs to be right with this, whatever he does. No, he didn't find the gap.
1. Black ball.
And that's a brilliantly played shot from Jimmy there. Very confident pot as well. And the black's available into this left-hand corner, so all of a sudden, Jimmy's in the driving seat.
9.
So 1 point ahead and more to come.
16. 17. 24. 25.
Made sure he has an angle on the pink to disturb the three reds. And he should certainly finish on one. He'll be pushing it towards this left-hand corner pocket.
$31.
No risks.
31.
He was looking to the right-hand corner there, but my word, that's a good one he's played. Well, again, John, that was a shot that, had he have got it, might well have been the frame. Well, he's got away with the risk that he took. But, he knocks these in pretty well.
One.
Just about far enough on the blue to come down for the red just below the pink.
$11. $12.
Completely overhit that one. Looked at the skies in disgust. Wanted to black into the right-hand corner and just drop behind the red. Now he has to go all the way around the table. Probably come between the green and brown. And that's a fine
19.
recovery shot. Although, having said that, this red is no give me.
$20.
So into the lead now, and Fairly orderly colours apart from the yellow.
$26.
That's another tremendous shot from John, and just one good pot here, and it could be end of frame.
$26. John Parrott.
Well, that was worth a risk. I think he played there, hoping he might get the cocked hat shot. John might well take this on. Yes, and that, I would suggest, is it?
2. $5.
Yes, just requires the brown now for game. And neither player seemed to be at the best this afternoon as yet.
9. $14. $20.
So relief there for John Parrott. He takes the frame and he leads 9 frames to 8.
Actually, if you're wondering where Stephen Hendry is, who's won this title the last 2 years, I can tell you he's gone home. Jimmy White beat him 9-2 in the semi-finals. Steve Davis went out before the quarter-finals. So the next frame's in progress. White versus Parrott, two of the most popular players on the circuit. There's the score. It'll be Parrott to have a go at this lot.
Unfortunately, the black is covered into the left-hand corner pocket, so a straight stun was no good there, and Jimmy's played that to perfection, and, well, at least he's got one of the small fry down there that he may recover on.
Scramble. 5. $6.
And that contact didn't sound too healthy then.
$13. 14.
Well, if he does go into these, they'll certainly spread nicely, but he may well leave them. No. Well, they've spread, but not exactly a gift here.
21.
No, he's been very unfortunate there. Don't think there's any red. He could take the red into the left-hand centre, but I don't think he will. So very unfortunate for Jim there. But he knows no fear, this fella. When he's
22.
buzzing, he takes anything on. An excellent recovery shot.
He probably heard you say that, John. He thought he'd just defy
29.
But, it's certainly opened game for him here to consolidate.
$33.
34.
Well, he's
41.
talking to the balls now.
Yes, a little unfortunate there. Hit the red full in the face. If he'd just caught it fractionally the right-hand side, he would have come out nicely for this red into the left-hand corner. But now, not much he can do.
.41, Jimmy White. One.
Well, that's what he should have done previously, before Jimmy did.
Rambo. Five. Six.
Well, not exactly easy reds by any means. But, he's got a nice angle on the black here that he can get plenty of control on the cue ball.
$13.
Red nearest the pink.
$14. Yellow ball.
Well, no complaints about that one, but he's got to get out of the corner.
$17.
Managed to make an angle on the black now to try and get up into those two reds just below the pink. That kiss on the pink
24.
looks to have just brought
Touching ball.
the red into possible position into his left-hand centre.
25. $31. $32. Yep. 39. 40.
That one just made it. So 13 points ahead.
$47.
These shots are not too easy. Blind into the corner pocket. But should he get it, he's an excellent chance of clinching the frame.
$48. $54.
So
56.
snooker's required, and John going
59.
into the interval here with a 2-frame lead, which is what they were both desperately working for.
63.
And that's in. So the last frame of this session gives John Parrott a 2-frame lead, and he'll be very pleased about that. He leads 10-8.
As Jack was saying, they go off to a tea interval. 13 more frames possible in this United Kingdom final, and more frames of snooker to come here this afternoon. You need 16 to win, and in the 14 years this championship has been running, only 7 players have got their name on the famous trophy. It began in '77. The legendary Joe Davis presented the trophy then to Patsy Fagan. Blackpool's Tower Circus was the venue. The following year, the UK moved here to Preston.
And this final black gives him the crown of UK Professional Snooker Champion.
More than one style has changed since then. Doug Mountjoy was 36 at the time, a year older than David Taylor. I've no idea how old that presenter was. The next year, it was John Virgil's turn, beating the world champion at the time, Terry Griffiths. Virgil, an up-and-comer at a mere 33. Was it the beginning of the end for the old guard?
Well, I don't think that the top players who tend to go are the top players of today.
A year later, the future had arrived, and it was the genuine article.
The first time he's appeared in a final is about to don the crown of UK champion. I'm sure as the years go by, you will see him, as I hope to, wear the world crown. And there he is, with a big smile.
Yes, world champion 6 times, plus 5 more UK titles. Steve Davis went on to dominate the game for a decade. It made him a multi-millionaire, and the sight of Davis with a trophy, the most familiar sight of the 80s. There were a few interruptions. In '82, Terry Griffiths won a memorable final against Alex Higgins. And then the next year, success at last for Higgins and one of the greatest comebacks ever. 7-0 down at one stage against Davis, he battled on. In those days, he could claim to be the people's champion. But Davis was still the master of Preston. In 1987 against Jimmy White, he was after his 4th UK title in a row. It was snooker entertainment at its best. 1988, the year of emotion. Doug Mountjoy, now 46, one of snooker's forgotten men, rebuilt his game and his confidence to take his 2nd UK title in 11 years. A remarkable achievement.
My bank manager won't believe this, you know.
I would like to offer my commiserations to Steve Henry. I mean, I know in the future you're going to see an awful lot of this guy. To me, He's my number one. Steve?
Well, Doug was right. A year later, Hendry was everybody's number one. It was his first success against Davis in a major final, the start of a new era in the game. Last year, it was Hendry and Davis again. A high-pressure finish. It looked as if Davis had done enough. But once again, you'd have thought the young Scot was a big occasion veteran.
So Steve Davis congratulates Stephen Hendry, the world champion last year's UK, and he retains the title. And this young man has really created history today. A wonderful, wonderful match.
I can't believe that I've won that match. It's definitely the best match that I've ever been involved in.
14 years of the United Kingdom Championship, just 7 champions. Well, that's the history, and that was the tea break. Now we're back to reality with the continuation of this year's final between two men who've never won it. We're going to get a new name on the trophy. Jimmy White and John Parrott. As you saw, 10-8 to John Parrott in frames as he comes out now, and the next one is in progress, and he's studying the situation. He's just 2 up, 12-10. They've been in play 15 minutes to get that far. Been a bit scrappy and a little bit nervous.
Well, John could have done worse than that. The red that's just behind the black near the cushion is on, but difficult. The plant, as you can see, they're not on line, so Jimmy's going to have to make that.
Your extension? Oh, you got on.
Would expect Jimmy to knock this one in and get the plant, but it's just a matter of whether he can guide the cue ball out to drop onto the pink.
One. Five. Six. Twelve. 12. Jimmy White.
Trying to play it off the jaw of the pocket to hold position on the pink, straightish, rather than at an angle. He'll be kicking himself for that. Although he never gives much clue as to what he's thinking.
One. Seven. Eight. Twelve.
Just a few inches short of being ideal there. Don't think he can hold on to the pink this time. Just the brown available at the other end. So all about control of the pace. And, of course, potting it as well.
12. John Parrott. One. Seven. Eight. Fourteen. $50. $21.
Now if he plays the cut to the right corner, knowing Jimmy, he'll try and dislodge the red near the black. And that's opened up the flame for him.
22. 29. $30. $37. $38.
So even before White takes the brown, Parrott needs snookers.
$42. 44.
What a timely contribution this has been.
.44 in the frame.
If he'd lost the frame, he would have fallen 3 behind. But with that 44 break, he's won it and has reduced his deficit to 10-9.
The 20th frame. Jimmy White to break. One. Blue ball. Six.
Well, John can just get through to the red, to the right corner. Suppose he could try and nudge the black into play, but he'd have to get absolutely the right contact.
Seven. $14. $15. $22. $23. $28.
Went into the bunch at speed, but appears to have been unlucky.
$28. John Parrott. One. Cue ball. Brown ball. One. John Parrott. Foul 4, John Parrott.
second prize. The potting angle on the red was very difficult to assess because the cue ball and the object ball were so close together, but Parrott can't possibly be disappointed with where the cue ball's finished.
No, not a clue really where Jimmy could try and hit a red and not leave anything. The only thing possible is to go off the baulk cushion up and down the table, but the yellow is going to make the cueing awkward.
Oh, long one, yeah.
The long spider rest, which is not particularly easy to use. As Jimmy will be hitting down on the ball. Extremely difficult to judge the pace and direction.
That's not nerves, that's the half but quivering.
Foul. 4. John Parrott.
John Street had called foul before the cue ball had finished rolling. White fouled the yellow. Not surprising, bridging over so awkwardly and at such distance.
One.
Yes, a rather dead contact there. Parrott still is on the black, though not quite as well as he wanted to be. He came to the table 37 points in front. So this is a frame clinching chance.
Eight. Nine. $16. 17. 24. $25.
So just needs to get good position on a red after the black.
$32. 33.
So White needs a snooker now.
33. John Parrott.
And if Parrott had potted the black, he would have needed several snookers.
One. 8. 9.
With the previous shot, the cue ball ran away, but that most delicate of screwbacks
16.
retrieved the position.
17.
Well, he needed blacks with all these
24.
reds to just want one snooker and all the balls to win.
$25.
Taking the pink means that he wants one snooker and all the balls to tie, but this frame is certainly not over yet.
$31. $31. Jimmy White.
Hasn't managed to lay the snooker, though. White was snookered. So from that opening,
1.
Parrott clinches the frame.
Six. 8. 11. 15. 15 in the frame.
So John Parrott leads by 11 frames to 9 and is now sure of leading going into the final session.
That's because we have one more to play. Don't need a computer when Clive's around, do you? Just remarking your card for this evening because it's a big night of snooker. We're here at 8:05 on BBC One and then back again at 10:05. And I think this final really is going to be one of the great ones. So let's see. Jimmy White and John Parrott, neither have won this title before, into the last frame of the afternoon session. And there's John Parrott leading 11-9. One more to play.
John Parrott to break.
Thank you, John Street. And 16, of course, required to become United Kingdom champion. Last one of the afternoon.
Black not available, pink not available.
One.
But got back nicely on the blue.
John looks to have played that one
6.
at perfect pace. The red, 2 to the left of the black. And that frees the black to the other
7.
corner, so all of a sudden, this is an excellent chance for John.
14. 15. 22.
Parrott's won 4 of the last 5 frames. And if he could win this one, he would lead by 3, going into this evening's 10-frame final session.
$23. 28. 29.
Into the reds this time, and they are a little loosely open at the moment, so they'd be unlucky not to be on one.
34. 35.
Just caught the second red, so he didn't get his intended position on the blue.
$42.
Strokes the black in though. If he knocks in this red all right, it could be end of frame coming up.
$43. 49. 50. 57. 58.
Jimmy can't do a deal while John Parrott's in this form, and the black is a pretty awkward shot, so John not taking any chances. Puts the green ball safe, and with a 58-point lead, he's going to take some holding in this final frame of the afternoon session.
Sort of long pot which has become John Parrott's trademark. His long potting in this tournament is outstanding.
6.
'Well, I don't know whether he's looked at the scoreboard. He's had a quick look now. He just needs this red to leave Jimmy wanting snookers. And certainly, Clive, I think that John Parrott, during winning the World Championship, and certainly since, has now become, if he wasn't before, almost the most formidable player in the game. Him and Hendry seem to be really at the top of the tree and difficult to knock off.
Well, John Parrott certainly started the season with a bang, winning the Dubai Classic, season's first ranking tournament. He missed out in the Grand Prix at Reading, but in this, the third ranking event, he's again steaming on towards the first prize.
21.
That's the trophy John Parrott hopes to be lifting up tonight.
$28. 29. 36. 37.
'Jimmy White knows that he's got it all to do tonight.
42. 44.
John Parrott laid the groundwork with a break of 58 and clinched the last frame of the afternoon with one of 44 to lead by 12 frames to 9 at the interval.
Yeah, it looks like being a good evening as well. Don't forget we have two programmes here, the first at 8:05. I was saying earlier, as soon as we knew these two were in the final, a matchmaker's dream, because they couldn't be closer on the records. Just have a look at this. They've met 4 times in ranking events, the big ones, of course, including the World Final, which Parrott won, White runner-up, 2-all there. They've met 6 times in other major events, and they were 3-all in that. So, in other words, 10 meetings between these two players, still level at 5-all in matches. They were level in frames before they actually started here in this UK final. They were level in frames still at the end of last night. So now with Parrott going ahead 12-9, he's crept into the lead. Their all-time career records, 95 frames to Parrott and 92 to Jimmy White. As I said, you can't get a bit of chalk between them. John Virgo, my regular guest on finals day, is here. I must say, John, before I ask you about the match, the shampoo didn't work very well on the Noel Edmonds show last night.
The guns, yes. Yeah. It's all right. It's still got a bit in the ear, I think.
But it is a fascinating confrontation between these two. Two great entertainers, that's the main thing.
Yeah. It's very interesting statistic, because I would have thought a few years ago that you'd always fancy Jimmy against John. The game really boils down to character. And John always seemed to have that weak part in his game, you know. But I think winning the World Championship... excuse me.
It's a shampoo.
Yeah. Winning the World Championship, he looks a different player to me. Against James Watana, there was times when I felt that he was ready to crumble, but he stayed with it. And Jimmy's going to have to raise his game now.
Yeah, but Jimmy's been a different player in this championship. He said to us he was going to be a more mature player. I mean, he really has slowed things down a bit today.
Well, Jimmy realises, I think, as we all do, and we all try to do it, is that to win, you've got to show great respect to your opponent. And by doing that, you've got to play good safety and you've got to play a good all-round solid game. But John Parrott is such a good potter. He's on the crest of a wave. Jimmy's going to have to produce a bit of magic. But in the situation, you'd fancy Jimmy if he was behind at this stage rather than maybe John. You know, I think Jimmy can come back, whereas if Jimmy was 3 frames in front, you'd be thinking Jimmy could... run away with it, but I think there's a lot of snooker left in this.
I think Jimmy so desperately wants this. He wants to prove he's capable of winning sort of a major, and this is the second most important title in the game.
Yeah, well, I think that's the important thing that's happened to Jimmy. I think he realises now the importance of winning. I mean, Alex Higgins was, you know, one of the great players. They seem to have this little balance where they're trying to entertain the crowd, but winning goes in the record books, and Jimmy wants to win badly. I know he does. I've been with him all week.
Yeah. Thanks, John. And so, a great afternoon. I think there's a great evening in prospect. 2 programmes, and the first of them here on BBC One. And I think that's going to be a very interesting evening coming up here. 8:05. See you then. As he deserves. And Liverpool's John Parrott, trying to become only the 3rd man in snooker to hold both the world and the UK titles at the same time. Well, on day 1, White trailed by 4 frames before a late surge put him level again. But day 2 has so far belonged to Parrott. The world champion came out tonight with a 3-frame lead. And a very good evening to you, and welcome to the first of our 2 programmes tonight on the final session of this year's United Kingdom Snooker Championship. In the 14 years it's been running, only 7 men have taken the trophy away. Tonight it's going to an 8th man, and this afternoon John Parrott made himself the favourite. That's how we stood. White 9, Parrott 12. The champion is the first to get to 16. So let's go straight into the first of tonight's possible 10 frames. Number 22, and what an atmosphere in Preston's packed Guildhall.
Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the shedding out of the way now. If we could all enjoy the match now. So please keep quiet, particularly when the players are at the table. Thank you. The 22nd frame, Jimmy White to break.
John Street, the man very much in charge. You might have to be tonight. Jimmy White breaks off. You'll hear commentary first from Eddie Charlton and Jack Conham.
So Jimmy White has broken off and got to be on his best behaviour. And John Parrott, the world champion, has left a possible chance.
One. Three.
Good opportunity here for Jimmy to build a sizable break. Can make this red and hold the cue ball. The black's available.
Four.
Obviously he's seeing a little problem with these 2 reds, so he's going another way and leaving himself the 1 open red.
Ten. 11. 16. $17.
Well, again, I think he's not quite as he wanted on this black. So he's got to settle for a difficult red here.
24. $25. $32.
Jimmy will be looking to position onto the black ball now to make a nice angle to get the cue ball into the
33.
bunch of reds. There are no more open reds. He's got a nice angle to do it. Just needs to make the pot and be a little bit lucky. Well, he has one to the left corner. Certainly not
40.
an easy pot, but at least it's on.
$41.
There's an angle again to get the cue ball off the black into the bunch, but this time the potting of the black is too difficult for that shot, I would think. Still has the open red. In deciding to take the pink to the middle pocket, he'll certainly be on the red. This is a good performance to walk to the table in the very first frame, and
47.
pot as fluently as Jimmy is and gaining nice position all the time.
48.
Now he really needs to be lucky, and I think he's got
55.
one into the right-hand centre pocket. And incredible how Jimmy has come out for this session looking as confident as one could possibly hope for. He's decided against the one into the centre, but taken the double.
One for the left corner. just. It's got to be a very accurate pot. Good shot.
One. Six. Seven.
So now John Parrott in trouble.
$14. 15.
'Well, it's taken Jimmy 9
22.
minutes to put this first frame in the bag.
$23. 29. 30. 37. 38.
Well, what a wonderful way to start the first frame, Eddie, of this session.
Yes, it's been a good performance.
45.
Cueing very confidently.
47.
It was just what Jimmy needed, was a good start.
$50.
So John Parrott surely remains seated, and in goes the brown. Would you believe that?
59.
Here's a good shot from Jimmy.
Not interested in the black. So a fine frame to start with, and he now trails by 10 frames to 12.
So far tonight, John Parrott hasn't potted a ball. The world champion against the man he beat in that final just 6 months to go. And with the next in progress, Parrott still hasn't potted a ball, and White has had a break of 15.
And just look at those reds. They're spread all over the place.
Jimmy bowed his head when he just missed that snooker, realising that John now has the chance to feel the table and just get a bit of rhythm going.
8.
Didn't gain the desired position, but it doesn't look too bad to me.
9.
Travelling a little too far, making the black that little more difficult to pocket.
Well, the problem is, of course, that there he just doesn't want to use the wrist in that position. John Street is watching very carefully to see that he doesn't foul the red by the centre pocket. And there we are.
9.
That's,
John Parrott.
That says it all
Gentlemen,
there.
please. Really upsetting the player you're shouting for.
John Street just gently reprimanding the noisy enthusiasts.
1. Six. 7. 13.
Pink spot covered.
14.
'Yes, the pink is on for both corners.
19.
It'll pass the black on one side and the red on the other.
20.
So between the blue and the pink, Jimmy doesn't really have to be bothered using the black ball.
$25.
Deciding to take this red, he'll automatically free the second red and it'll become available.
$26.
I just tried to dislodge a red there, but didn't quite succeed.
33.
Now this is the important ball. Oh, and there he's missed it.
33.
Well, there we are.
Jimmy
That
White.
could have been the frame-winning ball. So 39 points behind and 59 remaining, so he's got quite a few to play with.
So I'm surprised Jimmy took the black. It was missable. He was nicely on the pink for the centre pocket there. What can John do in this position?
Six.
Betwixt and between with this red, it's not comfortable to either the corner or the centre pocket. It's on for both, depending on which way John would care to play the shot. But a good pot is called for. And now he has an angle on the black to disturb the two reds. If they're planted to the corner pocket, he certainly wouldn't want to hit them. He might make a red with the black. If they're not on, I'm sure he will try and disturb them.
$14.
Now both reds are on, neither of them easy. He cannot afford to miss again.
$15.
So suddenly John finds himself
20.
in a position that a few shots ago he didn't even dream about. And if he can win this frame, and quite no reason why he shouldn't, what a fillip that will be.
21.
And Jimmy, having done most of the hard work, really thought he had this frame. So there we
28.
are, 11 points behind, and the colours on their spots.
30. 33.
Yes, and this has been a good performance.
37.
'Just needs the pink as well. Had to go away a little.
42.
Well done. And that's a superb effort by the world champion. He lifts his cue and takes his lead to 13-10.
The 24th frame. Jimmy White to break.
Long pot to the left corner here for John. He'll be on the black if he can make it, but he could leave them should he miss it. So he decided not to risk the pot. He went for that one, and having missed it, he's given Jimmy a reasonable chance of getting off the mark first here.
One. 3. 4.
Jimmy just could have rolled a fraction further there.
$11. 12. $19. 20. 26. 27. 34.
Wants an angle now on one of the colours after this red to get his cue ball in and develop
35.
more reds, and he's made a beautiful angle on the green. Taking the cue ball to the side cushion and into the pack. Oh, he's missed them. Far too much draw on the white ball.
38.
Good opening score. And it's certainly nice to see a match when both professionals are playing near their top. That's a loose shot from Jimmy, but it's stayed out. This is the type of pot that Jimmy's very consistent with. He can make this one, he'll be away again.
One. 6. 7.
'Yes, he still had
13.
a couple of reds there loose, but thought that a good opportunity to go for broke, as it were. If he can just knock one in here, he could well go to town on this frame. $51 points ahead.
$14. 20. 21. 22.
That's a
26.
good shot, deliberately played there to cover the blue spot. So that gives him
27.
ample opportunity. So 65 ahead, and John in trouble.
32.
And John well aware now that Jim is in one of his
33.
moods, so he's got to be on his best behaviour.
$39. 40. Black ball. 47. 48.
Well, no, is that the end? But nevertheless, the...
54.
Oh, look at this one. Would you... Oh, word.
54
And John says thank you very much. And Jimmy White takes a very good frame. He now trails by 2, 13-11.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please. The 25th frame, John Parrott to break. Yeah.
Could be a serious mistake from Jimmy.
One.
Cutting the black when he shouldn't have been, but he can still hold for the red. In fact, he decided to go into them.
8.
Yeah, still has a long pot to the right corner. The closest of the 3 reds, right of picture to the right corner pocket, is the ball that he may go for. That would certainly have him back onto the black if he can make it. Isn't that much room for error, though. May even take the first ball. Oh, good shot.
Nine. $16. $17.
Really is tremendous to see both players
22.
taking full advantage of the leaves that they're receiving. Both players are playing extremely good snooker.
23.
Yes, Eddie, I couldn't agree with you more. And what is best of all is that we've really got a packed house here and they're thoroughly enjoying this. And probably 2 of the most popular players.
$28. 29.
There's the angle again to take the cue ball into the reds. He still has 3 reds in the open. Overran
36.
the intended red, but he's still taking it on. Has to use the rest now.
My word. That was a
37.
heart stopper. Last of the open reds. So now a little thought.
Well,
that must be regarded as quite a bad mistake by John. He doesn't miss many of those. So a nice effort of 44.
Yes, and the way both players are playing, leads of 44 can soon be whittled away. Jimmy has to get onto a colour to open those reds, though. Yes, he was nicely on the black, but he missed the red doing it.
Now has the blue come to his aid? No, not by a long way.
One. Rainbow. One. John Parrott.
2 things in mind there, getting the cue ball safe and pushing the brown ball into a safe position off its spot. Reds are open now, so both players will need to be reasonably cautious. First player that can get in the way those reds are would win the frame, I would think.
Well, my word, that was really in the pocket, but I feel that just the pace kept that out. And John, realising the importance, the last frame before the interval, and 13-12, well, somebody has to be one behind, so psychologically, in their own minds, they can be level.
One. Eight. Nine.
Will he try and dislodge the 3 reds by the pink? Red is on to the left
16.
corner.
17. 24.
Certainly not of choice, this. This is nasty. Oh, well, that is such a good shot.
$25. $30.
Further away from this red than you would have liked to have been. That's the red left of the pink. The other red isn't on, so somewhere along the line Jimmy will have to disturb that red after this one has gone. He's missed one he shouldn't have. How serious is that going to be?
30. Jimmy White. One.
And that's come out fine.
6.
21 points ahead. And more to look forward to.
$7.
Yes, he wants a cannon now to split the red away from the pink. Yes, that's coming up off the cushion nicely.
12. $13.
John just glancing at the score there, 28 points ahead. So this red, and Jimmy will be struggling.
15.
So 15. Now 30 points behind.
Thank you,
John can't believe it. 35 on the table. What a clearance this'll be.
Yes, the brown's the only problem ball.
One.
Jimmy can make an angle onto the yellow now. If he's made the right angle, he can dislodge the brown into a better position with the cue ball and still be on the green. He's missed it.
8.
It's a pity. If anything, he's made it worse. But there is a chance here if he's... was going to say bold enough, but he's not lacking in that. And if he can take this green and just a touch of left hand eye, he might well kiss that brown nicely. Yeah, no, bad luck. Well, there is a chance of a double.
11.
Would you go for that, Eddie?
Depends if the double kiss, if Jimmy can clear the cue ball after striking the brown so that the double kiss is not on, he could double this. But it must be very close to being too full a contact and therefore a double kiss.
Yes.
He's made it.
11, Jimmy White. 4, John Parrott.
Well, what a game this snooker is. Good heavens above. Tremendous good fortune for John Parrott.
Thank you. Can we settle down, please?
John, he's dying to get at this brown. He's had to wait for somebody getting to this scene. Good night, he says. Well, that's marvellous at this stage.
Four.
So that surely...
Nine.
Well, marvellous for John, but I'm sure there are a lot of supporters for Jimmy that will be feeling that he had the bad rub of the green there. But what a wonderful 4 frames there. So John Parrott holds his lead by 14 frames to 11.
Their interval, and it's ours. We're back later. What a now tonight they were playing for the United Kingdom Championship. But if you were with us earlier, you'll have saw that Parrott got ahead by just 2 frames, 14-12. You need 16 to become the champion. Here's the next they played. It's frame 27. It's in progress. Parrott's on a red. No score yet.
And trying to force with the rest. An old weakness came to the fore.
Well, Jimmy must be able to get through to that red. Yes, he can. I think he's just looked to make sure the pink is possible in the other corner.
1. Seven. 7, Jimmy White.
Well, you just can't miss easy balls like that at this stage. It's just too important.
Yes, and I think Jimmy's head falling on the table like that showed what he was feeling. He knows he's given John an excellent chance now of building up a lead.
One. 7. Well. $13. $19.
When potting this red, of course, we will open up the pink in this corner pocket as well.
20.
So with the pink available and the blue, things are looking pretty good for John.
Yes, Jimmy White took the pressure off him at just the wrong time by missing that simple red.
$25. $26. $31. $32. $38. $39. $44.
And this, of course, is the last of the wide open reds. Has to work a little harder after this.
45.
And that's an excellent shot.
Parrott whacks his thigh in exasperation.
51.
He went into that group of balls perfectly, but a red rebounded from the top cushion and has left him unable to continue the break.
51. John Parrott.
44 in front, though. This is the frame that Parrott needs to go 3 up with 4 to play. Played the safety. If the red had dropped in, that would have been a bonus.
Well, I got it from Jimmy, and I don't think he's done too much damage here. There's a red along the back cushion, but certainly can't get out onto a colour. Well, Jimmy can hit the right edge of these reds, but the big danger here, of course, is pushing one over this left-hand corner pocket. And he'll be happy with that shot.
It didn't look as if John Parrott could get through to that red.
Rambo. 1, John Parrott.
And he's disappointed there not to have put the brown tight under the side cushion. That would have made it much less likely that Jimmy White could clear up to win the frame. Meanwhile, White's got this tricky safety to cope with. Tried to pot his way out of trouble, but has got himself deeper in it.
Yes, I think Jimmy decided that the safety shot there was as difficult as the pot. So decided he might as well have a go at the pot, but certainly doesn't look very healthy for him now. Already 46 points behind.
I didn't think much of that either. He was playing to strike the brown slightly fuller to hold position on the red on the right-hand side cushion.
Five, John Parrott.
Excellent direction on the safety. So it didn't matter that the red finished so near the pocket.
Well, that was a tremendous shot to pull out there. Just a slight swerve from Jimmy. Not just to hit the ball, but played to pot it. And he does appear to have just a bit of an angle on the blue to come down towards the reds.
Oh. 1, Jimmy White. 5, John Parrott.
And that ruined it for Jimmy White. He'd lost the frame. John Parrott was 3 up, 15-12, needing one more for the title. Referee John Street calls them and the Guildhall to order.
The 28th frame. Jimmy White to break.
The kind of applauding there, but that's an outrageous feat from Jimmy. Was trying to roll to the baulk cushion, hit the red much too thick. But now can he take advantage of it?
Six. Seven. Ten. $11.
Red's available.
$24. $25. $32. $33. 38.
Now, can Jeremy get through to this red to the right of the black? If he can, he's in prime position.
39. $46. $47.
Yes, and got the perfect angle now off the blue to go into the reds, and such a big target, you would have to be very unlucky not to finish on one.
$52. $53. $58. $59. $66. $67.
So this is just what Jimmy White needed to keep alive his hopes of a first UK title. He's never won the world, he's never won the UK.
74. 75.
But he's pushing this UK final deep into the final session.
Yes, and although the game is already over, it would be very helpful for Jimmy if he could clear the table, although
82.
he got a very bad kick there off the black, so he's lost position somewhat.
$83.
Parrott gathering himself for the next frame. The frame he needs to become UK champion.
$83 in the frame.
But Jimmy White has won this frame with a break of 83. John Parrott now leads by 15 frames to 13 and still needs one more for victory.
29th frame. John Parrott to break.
I hope, like me and the packed house here at the Guildhall, Preston, are sitting comfortably in your seats at home for this fantastic final. At the moment, just 2 frames in it. The first 1 to 16 claims the title, and John Parrott, the world champion, is looking for 1 frame.
12. 4. John Parrott.
Jimmy White, who's been to the semi-final 3 times, twice now to the final. So near and yet so far. He wants 3 frames. But this is the man of the moment.
One. 4. Yep. 5.
Oh, John seems to think he got a bad contact, but certainly seemed to hit it a little heavy.
Yellow ball. 5. John Parrott.
Oh, a bad bump. And John is straight back in. Jimmy looking slightly perplexed.
One.
The atmosphere in that arena
8.
is electric.
9.
One can understand the tension of these two stars, particularly on Londoner Jimmy White, who is so keen to get a title, the UK title. He can do nothing but just
16.
wait and hope.
17.
In the meantime, John Parrott, the world champion, is building steadily, point by point.
$24.
33 points ahead now.
$25.
So still one red there.
30. $31.
A lot depends on the next shot. Into the reds, and how will they split? Doesn't look so
38.
good. The one will go to the left middle, but queuing is very awkward.
It's there.
$39.
And the world champion
46.
John Parrott looking very cool at the moment.
47.
What a great year 1991 has been for him. The first time he became world professional snooker champion. And Jimmy, who's been so close, as I've said before, so many times, surely he's not going to suffer another disappointment. Both these young men have played some fantastic snooker in this final.
54.
Just one more red required then, and
61.
actually, Ted, one must feel a little sorry for Jimmy White because he's not had the
62.
best of run today. When he's wanted a bit of luck, it's not been there, but John Parrott has made some marvellous clearances to win frames. And here looks like being another one.
67. 68.
Break goes to 68. There's just 3 reds left. Jimmy White, who started off this final in brilliant form, taking the first 2 frames without his opponent getting to the table, just now
75.
waits, and I'm sure he will be the first to come forward. The capacity
76.
crowd here loving every ball that disappears. A fantastic performance by the
83.
world champion, who now adds the UK crown to his titles.
83.
And Jimmy White comes forward, shakes the hand of John Parrott, who with a brilliant 83 goes out a 16-frame to 13 winner and claims the UK title from 1991.
Ladies and gentlemen, a magnificent final. Will you show your appreciation to both players, Jimmy White and John Parrott? And now we come to presentation time. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, to the runner-up, our congratulations, and a cheque for £20,000 goes to Jimmy White.
Yet another runners-up cheque for Jimmy White from John Spencer, the chairman of snooker's governing body. But for John Parrott, not just a cheque for £35,000, but far more important, the United Kingdom Championship Trophy. He adds this to his title, World Champion.
Champion goes to John Parrott. John Parrott, ladies and gentlemen.
I remember coming here to this venue with my father when the first year Steve Davis won it. I was only a teenager then, you know, coming to watch, and the same sort of thing as when you go to the Crucible. You never think you're going to win there, you know. I mean, this tournament is well, it's the second hardest to win. I mean, there's only the World Championships is more of a grueler than this one. So I'm very, very pleased to win, particularly when I thought Jimmy played very well tonight. I mean, I was so happy for 2-2 at the interval. I mean, I pinched one with a clearance and, you know, been lucky to win the other one, and really he played so well tonight. I mean, he's just scoring off everything he was in the balls on. So I was just happy just to be 2-2 with him, and he did play very well. But it was a great final, great final.
You were obviously aware, as we were, that you can't let this man sort of get in. Suddenly everything can change. I mean, a 2-frame, 3-frame gap, suddenly it can all disappear, can't it?
Well, I think the pair of us are capable of stringing frames together. You know, I mean, I won 6 on the bounce yesterday afternoon, and then Jimmy come back.
That was a great session, wasn't it?
And then Jimmy come back and he won another 3s and 4s, and he can go so quickly. And there's times where you think you've played a good safety shot, and next minute there's wallop, something's gone in the hole, and you've had an 80 break against you, you know, and it's very, very difficult to stop. You've just got to hang in there, and that's what the first session tonight, I hung in there, and that's probably what won me the match.
A lot of people are saying that you've, with every respect, grown up as a snooker player. Do you agree with that?
Oh, very much so. I'm a lot harder now. I actually enjoy the battle, which is the biggest thing. I don't think you can win these unless you do. And it's got to the point where I actually enjoy being out there and being under pressure. It makes going home and relaxing that so much better.
How did this compare, the two of you? How did this compare with the World Final? I hate to say, Jimmy, I know you've lost them both, but how did it compare as a match to the World Final?
Well, different situation. You know, this is, as John said, a very highly ranked tournament. Compared to different sort of game, I think. I think we both played... We had a cracking match tonight. It was very close. But in the World Championship, John was too far in front, really, for me to sort of comprehend about that match. I was never in the race, really.
Let's be honest, you're a bit disappointed. I mean, it's got to come...
I'm totally gutted, Dave. What do you want me to do, man?
No, but come on, it's got to come sometime, hasn't it?
Well, listen, if I didn't think I could win, I would just put my cue away in a case and never play again.
Yeah. I mean, it's you know, to say that, it's just... I've played exceptionally well at Sheffield, and I've played reasonably well today, and you know, but there's no... I mean, we could play again in the final next week, and the result wouldn't be the same. Yeah. There's no... I mean, it's just that I happen to have played, you know, good enough to win today, but... I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, he won 3 tournaments on the bounce last year. And, of course, he hasn't, you know, with all due respect to Jimmy, he's had a poor start by his own standards, yet he's in the final straight away. So, I mean, it's only going to be a matter before he's holding one aloft, a matter of time.
Thanks, mate.
Don't let him hold the trophy so he knows what it feels like, do you? Go on.
I've had a couple, don't I?
I know you've had a couple.
Yeah. Should be sponsored by Brasso.
Great final, great entertainment, which is important, I think, in sport these days, and thanks to both of you.
Good, thanks.
Cheers, Ian. Thanks a lot, mate.
Nice final. John Parrott's under the 8th name on the trophy in 15 years. Well, that's it for now. Our next snooker on BBC Television, the Wembley Tournament in February. Hope you're looking forward to that. And from us now and the snooker team in Preston, goodbye.
Welcome back to live.